Bazinga.
Hello? I
Who's
don't think
there? Who's there? Hero?
hello?
Is that you?
No, it's Evan.
Or are you Hero's brother?
Hello?
Herp. Is this Herp or Hero talking?
Isn't it the same person?
No. That's what Herp wants you to think.
We have to go to the art gallery.
But Herp is a
There we go.
evil, evil man.
I think
An
Evan died.
evil, evil man.
He
Um.
didn't listen to me.
Those hip movements.
Why
Disgusting.
didn't why didn't we
All
go
right.
to the
Well,
art
let's
gallery?
fiddle with his puzzle. Well, do you want art gallery? All right. Uh. 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 Ah. What do you desire?
What?
You
Locations?
you said why didn't you go to the art gallery?
This isn't the art gallery.
It's named the art gallery.
Art gallery.
But it's not the art gallery.
Oh,
Go to the
unlucky.
title screen.
Won't that go to the same
I don't think so.
It's the art gallery.
Oh.
Bazinga?
A disaster a disastrously not to scale solar system.
The sun is the same size as the Earth? That's kinda pog. I haven't solved it.
Oh,
Yeah, Evan. God.
I'm working on it. Need to figure out what it wants from me.
But you're streaming this?
Yes.
Let me check.
No.
Testing 1, 2.
Hello?
Oh, my mic gain is good, I guess.
Should be good.
Hello?
Mhm.
Oh wait, just realized my game audio isn't coming in. There we go. Now it is.
It's all thanks to me. I
Actually, yeah, I
saved the stream.
probably wouldn't have noticed unless. Hold on, did it reset?
I saved the stream. It's all thanks to me. All 0 viewers better thank me.
I thank you.
I need to like.
Yeehaw!
Hold on,
I'll
I
do
need
this later.
audio to not be this loud. I think it's too loud.
Okay, while you're setting
Oh yeah,
that
it
up, I'll make
reset.
coffee.
No wonder. I don't know why the audio reset. There.
Should I make coffee?
Alright, good.
I'll make you
You know,
coffee.
I've always wanted one
We'll
of
make
those.
shitty
I
coffee.
would look at.
Damn.
Okay, rotate the 5 planets.
There's 4.
This is a geocentric model? This is disgusting. Who did this?
5 planets.
Yeah,
I
no
bet
way
it
to make
was
light.
a Christian.
I bet it was the
An
Pope.
evangelical Christian. I bet they still abide by the geocentric model.
Um Do I need to know planets to solve this puzzle, by the way, or
No.
no?
You need to know
Okay,
the 5 planets that are on there that you can move.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering right now, because it says 5 planets and there's 6 here, and I don't know planets. So
You have all the
figuring this out.
information within this.
Okay.
I didn't know there was a purple planet.
What if Pluto was purple?
Probably got beat up then. Got
Damn.
robbed.
But Pluto isn't a planet, it's a dwarf planet.
I mean,
Because it's a dwarf. You think in
Why isn't-
DRG we live on a dwarf planet?
no. I don't think we have a planet. I
But
think
we're
we just-
dwarves.
Yeah, but we need.
And
need
on
big-
a planet. Hence, dwarf planet.
Is that
you
how
know?
that works?
Yeah, there's dwarves on Pluto. You dingus?
Yeah. Actually, the reason why Pluto's so small is because there have been dwarves there for millions of years, and they've almost mined the entire planet.
And they had real mules back in the day.
Yeah. Explain your thought process to me, Evan.
See how it's like a shadow, like a line shadow, but then on the actual board there's like other lines going a different direction, so I'm matching up lines with lines.
It's kind of epic.
Wait, what?
I respect it.
You see how the
lines are you matching up?
shadows make lines, right? And then see the
Yeah.
orange lines on the board?
Yeah.
I'm matching lines to lines.
Kinda epic.
Badge. Badge.
That's kind of pog. Wild how nature be like that, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's
No,
right.
that was it.
Nice
The
work.
moon and the sun, the same size, same
And they both emit
luminescence.
light.
Oh,
Did you hear that?
kinda
Something
epic.
unlocked.
There's a little hatch underneath. What's in there?
A bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
Golden beetle.
Hey, look, they wrote AU. That's gold.
No, that's Australia. That's where the golden beetle lives.
Why is there only 2 valence? What? That's not gold.
We already solved it.
Yeah.
It's too cloudy to see any stars right now.
It's also daytime.
A spyglass to the stars. Volumes 1 to 12.
They're in
Yep.
very good condition.
That means they haven't been
Trinkets.
used.
They're clearly gizmos
What?
A picture frame.
with no picture.
It's full of tea, but it's gone cold.
Criminal.
It's tidier than my desk. The notebook is untouched. It's completely blank.
So, even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
Oh, that's so deep.
It's tidier than my desk. But
So,
no.
even the most well-used note.
It's too cloudy.
It's also daytime.
Shh, listen. Do you hear them? The
I
stars.
hate this man.
They're whispering.
Yeah, he has a house on his
So
head, dude.
quiet, and yet
It's a rooftop,
so
not a house.
loud.
His
What are
face
they
is a
whispering
house.
about?
Yeah.
Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
His eyes are
Mhm.
uneven
Did the
height.
speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangled Tower is something of a duality, as it happens.
The duality
Meaningless
of
boundaries,
man.
Really. They exist only in our minds.
You said that last time as well.
Helpful.
Did I? I wish I recorded the previous session.
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
I
Sounds
bet
like
this
you're
guy's
quite
an
well known.
astrologist.
You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear me, no.
I bet
My
he
field
cites
of research
horoscopes.
has never yielded any
Yep.
kind of stable financial return. Nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but
'Cause you're a
humble
quack.
interpreter for the cosmos. Working
Exactly.
to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Tell the Cosmos I say hi.
Hard to read, that one, but she seems to know what she's doing.
She's kind of mean.
You know, I simply assumed all detectives were sharp, rigorous, and thorough. Then, of course, I met you.
Oh shit!
Damn, bro.
A listless soul drifting through the ether.
What's wrong with her?
Not sure. She's always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family. I'd say you could ask her about it, but I think you might find that to be a bit of a dead end.
Okay.
Nobody could deny her talent. She was remarkable, artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
Was she ever interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for failing to inspire her, but I think she was captivated by more tangible things here on Earth. My daughter loved her. Fiona, too. That said, in the last year or so, more and more I begun to notice her by herself, wandering the gardens at the most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think. I'm surprised she chose to live at Tangled Tower as long as she did.
Actually,
He was talking about
He should
Freya
learn
then?
to make the most of his lot in life. And
Yeah.
he does have a lot in life.
You're talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over a small fortune. That is, if he hasn't already squandered it or lost it.
You two don't get on?
Oh no, we're the best of friends. The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening. I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
So I remember this event of him coming down here, but Hawkshaw described it as like he was like perturbed. He was like agitated, like looked, you know, not normal. He like rushed up and stuff. So I don't know. This guy is kind of sussing me right now.
I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business. I'm quite sure they don't need me getting in the way at a time like that.
The way the game devs presented all these alibis, like whoever designed this deserves mad props. Like these are so well done.
I wonder why he was in a rush. And why he's lying about it. Or at least just not telling the truth.
Why do you think he's the one lying?
Uh,
Just because you heard one statement first doesn't make that statement more true, right?
yeah.
It could just be his
mean,
own personal bias of just retelling the story.
Yeah, and Hawkshaw could also just like perceived it wrong. Like neither one of them actually has to be lying.
Like I could appear irritated when I'm not really. Or maybe he was. Maybe he saw something in that telescope.
I mean, the way he is, the way his character has been presented here, he doesn't seem like a guy who goes around agitated and giving off like false, you know, positives of how he's feeling to people. He seems pretty upfront, maybe a bit stern at times, but
Maybe
I think
question him a bit more. I don't know.
like if he was
Show
displaying
him the items.
agitation of something, like,
What's this?
Maybe he'll crack.
It looks like it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see. It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
No, probably not.
Freya was well acquainted with the abstract, I'll say that much.
What does it look like to you?
To me, it's a big, red thing.
What a fascinating interpretation.
He's right, though. It is a big red thing.
So, we found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangled Tower. I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
Uh-oh.
huh.
So weird.
That's a very old book, isn't it? Looks like someone could have taken better care of it.
I like the look of a well-read book. Better than one that's never been opened.
Ah, well put.
you want, you can listen to Hawkshaw's alibi again,
Hmm.
just to see the inconsistencies between Pointer and Hawkshaw.
Yeah, the alibis.
If you, it's up to you.
It's something to do at a later date.
Yeah, near the end, you could just go over everybody's alibis again.
Yeah. Wow, this is. I really like. I really like this character.
Are they paper lanterns?
I like
Whatever
this
they
setting.
are, I like them.
Yeah, me too.
It's like a little parade of floating spirits.
I actually have all the backgrounds for my
Whatever
Steam
it is,
theme,
it's
I think.
playing a little trumpet.
Well, it is the music
Yeah.
room. He's got to
It's
practice.
boggy.
What's with all the broken glass?
It's boggy.
Boggy. He's playing the trumpet or the horn.
Looks like a wine glass.
Who plays the violin, I wonder?
It's pretty dusty.
That's a
So I'm
huge
guessing
ass violin.
nobody.
The fuck?
Is it? I guess.
Wrong. It's just a small cello.
Or I would have guessed a viola, but
One old wooden bookcase,
Yep.
Next to candles.
25 dry old books,
Mm-hmm.
4 lit candles.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem?
Smells like a forest in here.
Sheet music.
You're not
It's
just
right.
gonna snip.
That's a lot of notes. Looks
I
pretty
noticed there's
difficult.
like
Probably why
flies
they're on the
or
floor.
fireflies everywhere.
Or moths.
Moths, I
That
think.
can't be good for the instruments.
Yeah.
Or the books.
Yeah.
I have a
wonder-
suspicion they're not touching the books.
Yeah.
Who
Maybe
lights
that's why the
candles
candles are
next to
there.
books? The
It's
fuck?
one of those big pianos with the open lids.
Don't touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted. Are you a ghost?
Sally!
Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment, but I am alive.
Ah,
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
I know.
what's your name?
My name is Poppy. I'm a pointer. And a pianist.
We'll need to ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist. And 13 years of dedicated practice. I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer. The professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days. Especially not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
2 of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends. We all turned 19 last year.
Do people ever leave Tangled Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away. Definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi... Things are more complicated for her.
What about now?
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much longer. Three and a half hours of piano practice. Soon as I wake up. Same as always.
3.5. Does that not hurt your
Jeez.
hands?
Sure.
And you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally got down there, she'd already gone. I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way, so I went back upstairs. and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
No, Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other side. He's been teaching me about flowers.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that. Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to decide how to describe it, but I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal, but different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there, so I made Fitz kick down the door. I went inside.
Well, that's how
Freya
it
was
got
lying
kicked
on the
down.
floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually, she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason. The three of us went back up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it. With surging tide, the waves are thrown, an entity of all its own. But on its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator, pale and still, pulling strings, enacting will.
Did you get any of that, Evan?
Okay. Huh.
Foregone drifter, holding fast, days as shadow seeker past. Is it bravery or surrender, accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the gloom some four walls make round a room?
What about yourself?
That's me. I'm
Oh,
on a list of murder suspects.
okay.
Always thought that would be kind of cool, but it's just tedious.
Falls a little short, doesn't it?
Where's the poem for herself? What about Freya?
Hard of head, but free of mind. Unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees beyond. Behind our walls, beneath our pond. A soul untied, it's hers, it's free. Was then, is now, will ever be. Between the lips a silver spoon, a story written all too soon. The chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart. Lost her liberation lays in the center of a maze.
I'm sad.
Eavesdrop what the stars are saying, earthly tether slowly fraying, floating helpless from the worst of jealous hunger, selfish thirst. Take a moment, kneel and meet the flowers growing at your feet.
I think Poppy genuinely gives the best descriptions of all the other people out of everyone.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure I come back and just listen to all the descriptions when I meet the other characters.
Yeah.
Okay, so this pointer description though, that was just completely pointing to my suspect of him as a, like, he has a crush on Flora or whatever, and he just
What?
looks at her through the tower
Yeah, he's
and
stalking her through the
ignores
tower.
his own wife or whatever.
You could also keep that I guess geography, that like physical layout of the rooms in mind, right?
Yeah, because through her statement, right? It was a locked room mystery.
Yeah. Yeah.
So how could the murderer have entered and left?
Yeah. And also, like, being the observant type as a scientist, right? It's kind of hard not to notice a murderer across your balcony, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he actually saw the murder, saw something. Like, I don't know if he saw something and that's what started bringing him down, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like,
I think
you
he.
can, if you dig deep enough, you can make everyone sus, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but there's some a lot more apparent than others.
Yeah.
Like, I think, I don't know if he saw the murder itself, but I think he saw something or someone that had some sort of relation to the murder.
And keep in mind, Poppy said she heard a noise, right?
Yeah,
Yet
that
nobody
metal
else
drilling.
seemed to
Yeah.
have had the same account.
Yeah. And because the garden is in between Pointer's observatory and like where
The fellow
Freya was
tower.
killed,
Yeah, the two towers.
right? So if Poppy heard it, there's a very good chance that Pointer also heard it, right?
Yet he didn't
he
give
didn't
the
say
same
that.
account. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of things, like there's small details, right? Gotta keep in mind.
Yeah.
It's such a very detail-oriented game.
Yeah, I'm sure
Yeah.
at some point I'll be able to figure out what that noise was, and that'll probably help me a lot.
Yeah.
Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word, unfit for dealing, with the shifting form of feeling, stand unblinking in the face of taciturn and soundless space.
She just said that she doesn't talk. That's an entire
But in the
poem.
most cryptic way
It's
possible.
incredible.
I love it.
I gotta hear all of these now.
She just,
I don't think she
Belong to
does that,
Felix, I
yeah,
think.
unfortunately.
yeah, she doesn't. Yeah. So
That belongs to Flora, I think.
Do the ripped photo.
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable. Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that? I think everybody sees something different.
Did Freya ever tell you what she saw in it?
Not exactly. She said something about it being from a recurring nightmare.
Oh my god.
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare, why would you paint it and leave it in front of your bed?
Maybe she wanted to take control of it. Giving something a physical form can make it easier to deal with. Well, sometimes. When I first saw it, I thought it looked like Flora was holding a knife, with blood on the tip.
You don't think that anymore?
No, it was a stupid thing to say. The room was dark. I was in shock. I'm just an idiot.
But it was blood on the tip. If you hadn't said anything, maybe Fifi wouldn't have checked.
Exactly. It's stupid.
But we would have missed out on an important clue.
Is it a clue? Really? Tell me how it's a clue. Tell me how it helps. Nothing about the
point.
knife makes any sense. It's just freaking everyone out. Wish I'd never said anything.
Well, yeah, we confirmed it's not a knife.
Yeah.
I wonder if whoever put the blood on the feather, though, was just trying to color the feather, or if they were trying to make it look like a knife. I wonder.
Yeah.
I feel like they were just trying to color the feather. But it must have been intentionally put there. It was very neat, you know?
Maybe it was
Can you
there
go over
before
the
the murder.
description?
That the letter
Uh,
isn't addressed to anyone or signed by anyone,
Someone's being deliberately secretive.
or they're trying to manipulate you.
Can you go to the description of painted portrait again?
From her, or you mean like...
Painted this, yeah. No,
When
not
I
from
first
her.
saw it,
Oh.
All right. Poppy's bedroom is unlocked.
I wonder what's in there.
Another teenager's bedroom.
Okay.
It's also not necessarily true that the blood was put there after the murder, right?
Yeah, that's true. I'm currently led to believe it was, though. So, I'll keep that assumption for now.
Also, I might have to go at 7, but you guys could keep playing. I'll just rewatch the VOD.
Okay.
I'll come back in like 30, 40 minutes.
Okay.
this is mine.
Oh,
Really?
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy.
Badge.
How about your dad's secret
We get
beetle?
some weird insects around here, but I've never seen one like that.
I'm not sure anyone has.
Freya might have. She used to keep beetles in a box in her room.
Naturally.
Why?
For fun, obviously.
Hmm.
Don't look at me. I didn't break it.
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes. I don't know who, but I can tell when somebody else has touched the piano.
You could smell
Is
the
that
finger
Fifi's
oils.
diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it. How sweet.
Okay.
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody? Did you find that in Fifi's room?
No. Should we have?
No, it's just... It looks like something she'd use, don't you think?
Yeah.
True. Yeah.
The puzzle in her room was literally just magnifying shit. Let's go in a room, Evan.
Mm,
Such a cool room.
It's a
I don't think
metronome
I'd
for keeping
tolerate
time.
having a bed like that, though.
No, I would never live in a room like this, but it is cool.
It's ticking. Is it a bomb?
Yes.
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though.
I need to
Let's take a break.
lower that audio. Jesus, my ears.
What's wrong with it?
It's just loud metronome ticking.
Oh, it was fun for me.
Yeah, it was fine for
It's a
me.
metronome.
Oh my.
Let's take a break.
It's not sound effects.
Maybe ambience.
It's a metronome.
I'll just deal with it.
Tick, tick, tick.
What? Okay. Use buttons to rotate all 4 metronome dials to the hoop at the top.
Tick, tick.
Are you randomly doing it? Oh,
Yeah, you underestimate my luck.
You're literally one step away at one point.
Yeah, you were. This is frustrating to watch. Evan, you're actually killing me.
This is not my kind of puzzle, man.
Okay, but like, just step back and analyze it, just like for 10 seconds at least.
I mean, sure.
Like, surely you understand what each button does, right?
Swear to God, you were one step away like 5 times.
Uh,
Oh my God.
Congrats.
Nice.
That's done it.
Neat. What happened?
A little hatch unlocked in the back.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm. It's a photograph. Part of a photograph.
Oh.
Hey.
Let's confront her about it. Hey, we snooped in your room. Found this pic. Thoughts?
Here's the evidence of us invading your privacy.
It's an octopus.
No, it's not. It has 6 legs, not 8. Don't say it.
Sextopus.
Nice.
I thought she would have said hextopus. Not
I
sex.
also thought she was gonna say hexa.
Look, she has a piano
That
in her room.
is the bed of a vampire.
It's not a grand piano, but it's a
I
piano.
like it. It's a good bed.
I
Still
thought
works.
vampires slept in coffins.
This is a vampire who needs firm support for their lower back.
I respect it.
Why not just get an ergonomic coffin?
Just a bunch of clothes on the floor. Nothing weird about
Yeah,
that.
some coffins are
Do you-
fancy, bro. They're padded and shit, you know?
A lamp.
Comfy.
It
Mine's
is
just a vase.
most definitely turned off.
A
empty.
vase.
Vase.
It's a
Anything in the wardrobe?
vase.
Dresses mostly. I never realized there are so many shades of black.
What? There's only
Gray?
one shade of
Red
black, and
rose.
it's black.
How very
If
traditional.
anything else is
Yeah.
gray.
Weird.
Well, there are different
a big glass door.
levels
leads
of
out into a
black,
garden.
you know?
I
Somehow.
guess.
There's a
Vanta
little
They're
reason
black?
by the handle.
shades.
What else would you call them then? Intensities? That sounds stupid.
I don't know. But shades describe colors, not necessarily black.
No,
'Cause
no,
black is
shades-
the absence of color, right?
Shades aren't necessarily for color.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess shades is the best way.
Oh.
Shades actually describes the presence of black, I would say.
Ooh.
Right?
Yeah.
Hidden sun. Hidden sun.
With
Kind
this
of
cut.
epic.
I think
Hmm.
Nothing. Still locked.
All 4 tiles have a moon symbol.
Those other symbols look like suns. Surely that's something to do with it?
I think it is, but in an app.
very useful.
Nope.
Maybe the
Now,
info
where is it?
somewhere else.
Imagine skipping the dialogue.
I don't want to get spoiled. It's gonna give me hints.
Maybe you do need hints, huh? Huh? You thought about that, Evan?
Maybe I do. Hmm.
Use the gears in the background.
Huh?
You need the gears in the background.
Oh yeah. Are we sure that that's a moon and not a croissant?
Croissant.
Yeah.
Croissant. Croissant. You know what's like chocolate croissant? Why? Who thought of that?
Ah,
You know,
what?
the
If
duality.
you say so.
Like
I
the
know.
whole point of a croissant is like the buttery, savory goodness, right?
Doesn't that go well with chocolate then?
No, because the
Ah,
chocolate
you know,
just
the
drowns that
duality.
shit out.
Say so.
Yeah. Okay. See, I don't like chocolates. I don't know. I think you were supposed to make an L.
XQC.
Ah,
You know,
what?
the
If
duality.
you say so.
Try make a Y.
CA.
Ah,
You know,
what?
the
If
duality.
you say so. Ah,
You know,
what?
the
If
duality.
you say so.
I didn't play enough sigils of Elohim for this.
Ah,
You know,
what?
the
If
duality.
you say so.
What if there are like specific crescent things or specific moons that have to be in specific positions and
Croissant.
not just covering the specific squares?
Croissant.
What?
Do you need to do this puzzle now, Evan?
I have to solve it at some point, and I think it's all self-contained, right? So it's not like I'll get an easier solve later.
Okay, I'll just tell you now. This one is not self-contained.
Oh,
I guess we'll come back later.
That's the hint in the voice.
Yeah.
I thought the voice lines would just spoil me.
They don't.
Various handmade posters.
What do you think those symbols mean?
Hopefully, nothing. Sheet music. Presumably.
It's only a few notes. I'd barely even call that music.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
Play that right now.
E. 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 E.
I don't even know what that sounds like.
There's a name for this kind of
I don't
piano.
have perfect pitch,
You know,
so I can't recite it
these
for
ones
you.
that stand upright. Oh, thank goodness, there are
Perfect
7
pitch would
lit
be so
candles.
useful in Destiny, actually.
Really?
Wouldn't
Yeah,
want it to be
unironically,
dark
yes.
in here.
For is
More
there like
handwritten
actual
sheet
music, or like you mean like differentiating noises from each other?
Differentiating.
Uh,
There's a puzzle that uses sounds to indicate positioning. So
if you have good relativistic pitch, then that should be
Yeah.
good.
yeah,
If you're just musically trained in general, you should be good.
I'm trying to practice, so you don't have to visually see it. Because you can visually see it, you don't actually have to listen to it. But it would be way easier if you could just
But the
listen to it.
speedrunner strat is to just listen for
I
the audio
exactly.
cues.
don't know what that is.
Weird, considering we found
Weird.
it hidden in your room.
Well,
Why'd you admit it?
room's full of them. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there. I don't
Grimoire's
mean,
a creep, but he's
Yeah.
Please stop
open
talking to
about
me.
it, I guess.
Yeah.
So at
it's
least he
fine.
has that going for it.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
Boring as fuck.
Should we ring the doorbell?
Why would we not? It's a little melody.
That's completely different.
What if you reverse it? What if you only sample the second note, huh?
That's
Have you
some
thought of that?
let me
shit.
rearrange it. I think it'll get close enough if I rearrange every.
Have you
single
tried opening it in Audacity and inverting the waveform?
Imagine being a bird lady.
note. She has feathers,
That's what I'm saying. Imagine being a bird lady.
or
But she doesn't
maybe
have bird feet.
those are like
You don't need
slime
bird feet.
hands. They look kind of like slime hands,
What?
like a little slime from like Dragon Quest. Like, look, it just looks like slime hands rather than feathers.
They're bird cages. But the birds are coming and going freely.
Is that a metaphor?
And why?
Oh,
Why are
it
there
totally
cages?
is. I don't like mirrors. They steal your soul.
How do you get your hair so symmetrical without using a mirror?
I do it by weight. I can feel if one side is heavier than the other.
Bird diagrams. Hand painted.
They're beautiful. Someone really knows their stuff.
What's with those little windows down there?
I think they're there for draining rainwater.
Oh, I feel like I'm standing in a giant bird cage.
Literally.
Does this count as being outdoors?
Yeah?
Yeah. No,
Yeah. No.
doesn't matter.
No? Yeah.
My little writing desk. It's kind of cute.
There's nothing written in the book, although someone's torn a page out of the middle.
Yeah, that makes sense.
A torn page.
In the middle.
Check
An
your
especially fancy cage.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
Oh, are we stealing the birds?
Yep.
No, we just have them in our observations. Do you have a
Check
torn
out
page
that
oven?
butterfly.
A
Looks
torn
evil.
page oven. Evan.
What does that mean?
Looks evil?
Wow, judgmental.
No, the torn page.
There's a torn page. Do you have a torn page in your thing? Freya's drawings. I don't know.
Oh, just beautiful.
Jesus Christ.
What is it?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely! And that shape. You're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful. Penny Pointer, pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
Sure. Yeah.
20-something, Aquarius, love to travel, and nearly all of my
20-something.
friends
Love.
are birds.
Travel. Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangled Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No matter where I go, I always find myself coming home to Tangled Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him! Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be apart.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz. He's not really the traveling type, you see.
Fitzfellow.
The very one.
You're engaged to a member of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
I'm not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our two families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether. I awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there, crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That and he has a great deal of work to do every day, watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably break something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly, as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course! And they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I.
How much of bird
Sometime
poop is
the
in this
evening,
room?
I left
A
the
lot.
aviary and headed back towards my room.
Makes good fertilizer.
In the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the Fellow Tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. we could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower. She's a most unsavory little... She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
Which part? The giant bird arms, or...
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a scarecrow. I just wish Uncle Pointer would tell her to behave herself.
Professor Pointer? Why him?
Oh, it was Uncle that called her in. She's his responsibility. Did you not know that? Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
Oh,
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake. Looks like one, too.
Don't you think you're being a little unfair, Penny?
She started it.
Holy shit.
I don't even know if I want to question her.
Yeah, show her the photo, the ripped photo of Poppy.
Ooh, a secret dive.
Why?
I knew she'd love
That's
that.
our guess, too.
Excellent. Freya was very talented, even at that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure. Must be a couple of years at least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current style. I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is in the photo?
Oh, absolutely no idea.
Oh, come on. We can deduce that. I already knew the moment I saw the photo.
I must say
These
the
are
girls
gonna
are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you? Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all three of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's
Tabitha
simple.
sounds like a
Tatiana
bitch.
is the oldest. Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? He's just my hat. He doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat?
Okay.
Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one? Well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangled Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one. The very last.
Oh.
Sag.
Alright, I'm gonna go.
No.
How
I
terrible.
disagree.
You recognize it?
I'll be back in like
Color
30,
scheme.
40 minutes.
3
whatever.
different pinks. Obscene. Goodness me. Poppy really doesn't take care of her belongings, does she?
It wasn't in Poppy's room. It was in the little pond in the garden.
Exactly! Hardly the place for it.
We can get into Penny's room now.
Now, like, right now?
Yes.
Zooming.
A little tea set. Looks recently used.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed.
Nice.
Why?
Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them. It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds? Nope.
Monkadilly.
They're wooden.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
I'm gonna get food. As you saw this.
Nope.
There must be something to do with those white lines.
Nothing.
I think the birds are related to.
I guess that's
It's a
wrong.
family tree. You need to start with blue and yellow.
That's the one.
Hey, not bad. Did the door open? What's in there?
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, is this what you got?
Mhm.
Nice.
That's sunflower.
There's something weird about it. It just feels out of place.
Weird.
Penny's books. Mostly novels. A little bedtime reading?
Let's see. Romance novels, detective novels, and
Romantic
What?
detective novels.
this one appears to be both.
Nice.
This is actually a really. I like the design of this room, like the staircase up to the bed. It's kind of neat.
I wouldn't be
This
comfortable
is
with
the
that.
fanciest room so far.
Too fancy.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
I quite like it. I think I'd like having an elevated space like that. Although for me, I would rather than have a bed there, I would rather just have like a mattress on the floor right there. That'd be nice.
Ever get the feeling you're being watched?
The mannequins don't have eyes, though.
That's not a comforting sentence.
I wouldn't want those knobs though, like this. I bring food to my room all the time, and like at some point I would like bump a cup or something on that and spill it.
Looks like nature
Reasonable.
invited itself in. Rude.
Yes, it's my. My flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar.
Okay.
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business.
Okay,
Thank you.
well, she seems to not like you, so let's show it to you.
Those petals.
What about them?
It's nothing. They're just unusual. Never seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No. We found it in Penny's room.
Right.
Okay. You could help me out.
Everyone is so sus.
It is a
Explain this flower.
It
Okay.
reminds me of something, but I cannot say what.
Alright.
Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next!
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea.
Okay.
This photograph is my favorite photograph.
So, why'd you
Favorite
rip it in
spelled
half?
wrong.
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off. It was only a third.
Was it?
This photograph is my favorite photograph.
Favorite? No, it's just
So,
British way.
why'd you
That
rip
was
it?
not. It was only.
Hmm.
An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere. Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah, you could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No, that would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate. Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be? A book. My book.
And what's in it?
Pages.
Okay.
Fair enough.
There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz.
So she likes Fitz, and that's why they're kind of
There's
rifted?
something about that diary we found in Fifi's room. Something
No, Fitz is the
suspicious.
fiance to Penelope.
Oh, yeah.
Let's ask her about it.
You gonna ask Fifi about the diary? You can't.
Oh,
That magnifying
suspicion.
glass with the sweat is like a confrontational dialogue option. You already did it with what is it, Flora?
Yeah. I forget. So I'm not like Omega locked in, right?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, okay.
Is this your diary, Fifi?
try it.
We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10
So there are secrets written in here?
and... This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
It's somebody else's diary.
Sure.
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove who the original owner was.
Okay, where is it? Here.
Let's take a closer look at this.
The blue book. Is somewhat similar to, is the same thing as the secret diary. Which proves it belonged to Freya. Alright. I'll give this a go.
This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it
Detective
belonged to
Evan
Freya.
coming in.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
See,
Grammatically, it all makes a lot
anything
of sense.
anything better than this though?
Thinking.
I don't think we care about letter. I can't think about sheet music. I don't think the paintings come into play. Let's see, any way I could use the drawings?
I don't know.
Nah,
Yeah.
drawings aren't gonna work.
That seems perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, I just want to double check because I don't know if I can just do this again. I have no idea what it's like if I actually get it wrong. So yeah, I can't think of anything better.
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something,
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
Yeah.
All right, Fifi unlocked the diary.
Finally. What's in there?
What? Okay, that okay. Yeah, we're gonna come back to that one.
Greenhouse. Oh my.
I'm just gonna take my leave.
Poppy has remarkable musical talent. She could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
She'd probably have to leave Tangled Tower first.
Quite. I find her rather embarrassing, little more than a spoilt child.
Penny must be at least
Damn.
25.
27. Just makes it worse.
Damn.
Did you get anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious. Considerably intelligent, and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition, no focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely. Professor Pointer is a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself. What?
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about anyone.
Where did you find this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it.
I have several theories, but they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them. These people really are ridiculous, aren't they? I'd tell him not to quit his day job, but he hasn't got one, has he? These figurines remind me of a case I once solved involving a possessed doll. Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these things often do.
Your life sounds fun. Grimoire, why don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun adventure right at this very moment?
And you consider that important evidence, do you?
Why, yes. I'll take you to the greenhouse right now. Hey, you.
Sally.
He's an Enderman.
We're being watched.
Yeah, I see him. He's a little too big to hide in the bushes. Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right, sorry.
Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitzfellow, the gardener.
Mm-hmm. And why are you so tall?
I don't know.
It's really
How do you answer that?
pondering that.
A flower.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to.
Yeah.
I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. That's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes, doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
That's me.
Yeah, it was a joke. I was joking.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that. Dark clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. Oh, you're like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers, mostly. I've been teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong? She questioned me.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me, I can tell.
Huh.
You work
That's
here
weird.
as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do it. It's just my area of interest.
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house? Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a byproduct.
Of what? Poison?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
Could you say that again, but like condense it as if you were talking to a slightly stupid person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA, sometimes.
Alteration? Like mutation?
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
No, I'm just the gardener. I was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers, I think.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And?
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
Did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet. And then, it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound human. We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
We?
Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that? Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
Fitz's room is unlocked. It's up in the fellow tower.
This could be interesting.
Very interesting.
That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all.
What?
This one's in a little pot.
Okay, that is definitely not edible.
It looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
Nah.
Tools. Used by a gardener. For gardening.
Wow.
It's glass, but I can't see through it.
Total oxymoron.
I am not.
Hanging baskets. They're so high up.
To you, maybe.
You're only 2 inches taller than me.
2 inches makes all the difference.
Yep.
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers. A little chart of, Actually, I have no idea what it's about.
want to screenshot this?
I mean, sure. Hello, print screen? Sure, X. There.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot. Bags of soil.
It's so blue.
All the flowers here look kind of poisonous.
Can flowers be poisonous?
Anything can be poisonous.
Good to know.
That not a whole lot going on.
Hello.
Not hidden very well, is it?
Doesn't need to be. It's locked. It's a combination lock. Sort of.
Damn.
Oh, hello, Camille.
Thinking. Did you see all the shapes yet?
Like these?
Yeah.
Oh, I think I get it. Alright, Camille just keeps walking in front of me over and over.
Sag. Dun, 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 dun. Looks like a rice pebble.
I could just brute force it at this point.
You could.
Nothing.
Maybe if you move the paper around.
Still
I think
locked.
the line's drawn on the paper.
I did it.
Not bad.
Nice.
Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. Huh. That's kind of ominous.
PPFF.
It's a little handmade card. Someone's drawn a heart on the front. Inside it says, "To Fitz, from PP."
That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad. I think it would rather be outside.
There's someone outside the window.
Something outside the window. It's probably just a rock.
You sure?
Huh?
It's locked, but it leads outside.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
There you go.
Okay, I remember suns were this.
Yeah.
It made a noise.
I guess that was right. And the door's still locked.
I still feel like we made some sort of progress. An empty glass and an empty plate.
Looking at it is making me want to cry.
Why?
I don't know.
Huh. Neither of these lights have an actual light bulb.
They're just decorative.
Oh, so decorative. Doesn't look soft.
Quit sulking. Not every room is going to be full of clues. Quit sulking. Not every room is going to be full of clues.
Zooming.
A big glass door leads out into a
There's
garden.
a little mechanism.
Something happened.
That must be it. Finally, it's open.
Whatever's on the other side better be worth it.
very tranquil area.
That's one big dragonfly.
Or one very small dragon. It's a rose bush, growing on a little patch of bluish soil. Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very well cared for.
The roses are bright red, too.
Now, aren't roses normally that color?
Exactly.
Weird.
A little water feature.
It's making me sleepy.
Wonder how it's hooked up.
Giant stone frog.
He's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
There's something about those petals we found in Penny's room. Something suspicious.
Suspicious.
Let's ask her about it. It's so relaxing. I might just stay here.
How shall I go finish the investigation on my own?
That'd be great.
A little pond.
It looks really, really deep for some reason. See those metal bars around the edges too?
Oh yeah. What do you suppose they're for?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
Oh good. A bridge. I'm glad to know there's a way to get across that tiny, tiny pond.
Not all bridges are about getting across stuff.
It's another little statue, doing a really bad job of hiding in the bushes.
He's playing a lute this time.
He's also wearing headphones.
Well, they're not part of the statue. And they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
Weird.
It's so relaxing. I might just stay here.
Oh, shut up.
That'd be
We should just stay here forever.
Trees. On a roof.
Why even want? Why?
In a
Why
garden.
do we even want to find the murderer?
In a garden. On a roof. Trees.
In a garden.
In a garden. It's the door into Fitz's room.
One of only 2 ways to get into the garden.
Oh yeah.
You didn't look at the egg. There's 3 eggs.
More egg statues.
I don't get it. Why eggs?
Well, either they have some special significance, or the sculptor was just really lazy.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make.
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room.
Hello?
That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
We're confronting Penelope.
I mean, I think they're from Red Roses. I think they're from the one in the garden.
Yeah.
I think. I mean, they could be fake, but
They're from
pretty
Red
sure.
Roses. And there's only one place in Tangled Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses and who they belong to.
Hello?
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 I was muted, sorry.
Imagine.
So you guys visited Fitz, I see.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we visited the garden outside.
Mm-hmm. I see that. The feathers.
PPFF.
Coordinate travel.
There's
So you guys
two
saw
more-
Fitz in the background, just
the
staring.
Enderman. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I'll get her. So ominous.
If only we knew who that was directed to.
So you're searching for red roses now to incriminate her?
I don't think I got anything.
You wouldn't be able to do this unless you had the thing, so it's somewhere.
Evidence of a red rose.
Maybe one more loop through, but more carefully. Instead of going one by one, maybe just look at it, all of them. Wait, you see Boggy in the sick headphones?
They're actually earmuffs?
Nah, he's jamming, bro. Those are studio headphones. Only the best for Boggy.
Yep. My legs.
I can't choose crumple paper, right? Because that wouldn't make sense.
No,
Like that's the whole point. Okay, because it does let me choose it. So
I mean, you could.
I mean, you could submit it. Like,
I was just wondering because it didn't make sense to me, but it was letting me choose it, so I was confused.
it's the gramophone. Looks like a rose.
Yep.
I mean, it has a rose on it, but
Yep. Send her. It's Poppy. She's a rose. A delicate, thorny rose.
let's see. We got sheet music with roses on it, a gramophone with a rose on it. Got rose here.
Mm-hmm.
If nothing else, I'll just go with this drawing. Honestly, that's probably better than a gramophone and sheet music. So
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Poppy herself is a rose.
Why not Flora's drawing?
what's in here?
She's not a rose.
There's no
Maybe that's the
rose in
rose.
here.
Maybe that is a rose and not a bird.
Maybe Flora is a rose.
No, no, she's not a rose.
That's not very nice.
It's a black rose.
Okay.
A wilted one, rather.
Yep.
This is a wilted rose.
Yep.
Don't think the models have anything to do with it. I mean, there's red paint missing and whatnot, but like, I don't think that would mean anything. Unless it's a
You've
fake rose.
identified roses, Evan.
This is a rose.
Maybe. If you want to interpret it that way.
Okay. No, 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 no. I think, yeah. Wait. Yeah.
Do you even know what you're trying to prove of him?
Not especially,
Yeah, like
no.
what's the whole context of confronting her in particular?
I don't know.
Why are we confronting Penelope?
You don't know, dude.
Okay,
It's
let's
just,
look at the crumpled paper
we
again.
found the note, and we're just like, hey, I found this note. Gonna talk about these rose petals now.
Mm-hmm.
And who do they belong to? That's what they were talking about.
I think it either has something to do with Fitz or
Oh,
what's her name?
Freya?
Poppy.
Yeah, Poppy.
I need a drink.
I'm going to
It's
this.
a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting at. But it
So
doesn't
you
matter.
know Penelope
I
and
couldn't
Fitz
have taken
are
anything from the
fiancés,
rooftop
right?
garden. It's only
Yeah.
accessible from Fitz's room or
I'm really
Poppy's
bad
room.
with names though.
How could I
so.
have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those two bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
Oh, did you solve that tile puzzle? You had to have, right? To get into the garden?
Yeah.
Okay.
What did you present? What did I miss?
He got it.
You put the drawing of Fitz and Freya together. Fitz
Yeah.
and Freya.
I presented a
I
group
still don't think
with
he
a
made
rose
the
on it.
connection, though. He only made
Oh,
the
you-
connection because there's a rose on it.
Oh. Okay.
There's a rose.
Okay, but like the note itself, right? I'll get her. What could that mean? It's crumpled and written menacingly.
One of Penny's birds was used to kill
Pointer and Fitz are actually having an affair.
Want to read the question again, Evan? On the top.
Who's engaged with who?
Penelope and Fitz.
Fitz and Penny. Penelope.
Penny is the bird girl. Fitz is the gardener. The Enderman.
I see. I mean, seems a bit far-fetched, but
there's no harm in just like submitting.
Like,
there's no reason to scrutinize this for so long.
And steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
okay, well, I have feathers. That's
We need
easy.
a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop.
That's mega easy.
I think the previous one was just as easy as this.
Yeah.
Let's take a closer look at these.
After killed
It was the bird, dude. It all makes sense now.
It's kind of epic.
It's kind of crazy.
It's wild. Absolutely inconceivable.
This yellow feather. was
These
left behind
devs did
by
such a good
Penny's yellow
game with this
bird
game.
when it visited the rooftop garden.
I can't stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself. So
What
I
was that
asked
about?
dear
I'm not
Tabitha
the
to
jealous
do it for me.
type.
I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
What if it was her hat? You know?
He's probably just
Like,
upset
what
he
if?
can't even hold hands with her. Like, it's just massive feathers.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a question mark little thing in the bottom left.
That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
Will they compare it for me?
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs.
I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her
Was
what
it
had happened.
inquired spelled wrong there?
She didn't believe me.
Wait.
She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her
How
in the
spelled
face.
with an E?
I recognized
Yeah.
Fiona's voice as well as
It's
the
supposed to
voice
be
of
an
my
I.
own daughter.
Yeah.
We
Right.
left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
Actually,
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but
I
Felix
think
appeared and
in
blocked my path.
E and is
Back in
proper.
the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope.
Apparently-
she was
It might be
heading
obsolete,
to the
though.
tower to
I,
find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
Okay.
I think it's best to actually listen to all of them again, personally, because they went through it chronologically and they didn't go through everybody's entire recounting.
Alright, now I guess I just have to go around and talk to people. So we did two
Did you-
statements so far, or two confrontations, I think.
Oh, I see. You only did 2 confrontations.
I think. Is it 2? I think just 2. No, 3. I think. I think 3.
I think you could check. Go to your clipboard or whatever. Yeah. So if the no there, if the magnifying glass
Oh, yeah,
is
3 there.
yeah. Obviously, Freya, we can't.
We met Felix, your husband. He's one of our suspects, and he seems pretty suspicious if you ask me. So, if you want to stick up for him, now's your chance.
Nice try. We spoke to Hawkshaw. I assume she didn't get anything out of you either. I bet that really ticked her off.
You know the guy in the other tower? Weird astronomy professor guy?
Yeah, I was looking at
Can
you
you see him from your window?
all day.
Can he see you?
What do you know about Penny?
I can't really imagine those two being friends, to be honest.
You never know.
We spoke to your daughter, Fifi. She's some kind of super intelligent scientist. You must be proud of her.
Do you and Fitz have anything to do with each other? Other than your initials? Do you and Poppy get along?
Nothing. Shocker. Grimoire, what could you possibly be writing down?
Oh no, I gave up making notes ages ago. Now I'm just doodling in the margins. Have you seen this book before? Do you know who it belongs to?
I really thought she was going to say something there. Do you recognize any of these feathers?
Why would she? The painted models.
I like
I'm
these
surprised you didn't
drawings,
do that.
Flora.
Is there a reason why you wanted us to see them? Do you know anything about this beetle? This is a photo of Fifi, isn't it? Your daughter?
The painted models.
You haven't seen this yet, have you?
It's a little model of you. Who were the other people next to you? What do you think of your husband's hobby?
Do you have any hobbies?
Oh.
Ah, Penelope, our resident ornithologist.
Penny's your niece, is that right?
At this moment in time, until she marries the gardener.
She'll still be your niece.
But she'll depart from the world of the Pointers and join the Fellows. Like rats deserting a sinking ship.
Damn, bro.
Pretty spiteful.
My Poppy.
Imagine
my
calling your
pride
niece a
and joy.
rat.
Exceptionally talented pianist from a young age. She... Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
Because she's a suspect.
Oh no, I can personally vouch for her innocence. She'd never... Well, the truth is, she loved Freya very dearly.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's mother?
Primrose? She was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth. The playing field has never really been even since she left.
Where did she go?
Away. She went away.
Yeah?
Ah, yes, the heiress of Tangled Tower. Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes charge. I dare say she'll confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her. Dangerously intelligent, that one.
You sound jealous. Wait, are you two science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally. What do you want me to say? He's the gardener.
He's a member of the family.
Yeah, but not the Pointer family.
What happened to his parents, do you know?
His father, Flint, is Felix's brother. Strange man. Don't think anybody knows what happened to him, but he certainly doesn't live here anymore.
What about his mother?
Emily? I've not met her. She never actually married into the Fellow family. Her relationship with Flint was, it was short-lived. Well now, that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours either. What a precious photograph. She hasn't changed a bit, has she?
Who?
Oh, if you don't know, perhaps I don't either. Poppy's two closest friends.
Yeah.
Freya looks so innocent there.
Softly does the flower grow, all in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not rush its gentle birth. Hour by hour, day by day, tune your heart to nature's way. Feathers flashing in the light, from a sunbeam gleaming bright. I shield my eyes and turn my head, but all at once I've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage.
Damn.
I think it's kinda cruel to keep 3 birds in one cage like that.
Does Penny not let them out to fly?
Oh, she does. She must do. But I don't think they're allowed to go far. Penny can be a little protective. I see a lot of birds up in the rooftop garden. They seem to really like it up there.
Why's that?
It's quiet. Oh, you've been to the greenhouse? What did you think?
Impressive, I guess. But kind of unsettling, with Fitz lurking in the shadows the whole time.
Yeah, he does that.
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around. I think they belong to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones. Like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway. Can't remember exactly.
Yeah.
You know, if it's placed in a peculiar place, you would remember
the place.
Yeah.
Is that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly?
Oh, how nice.
What do you make of this statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of Tangled Tower. I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh, definitely. You see how old this statue is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah, weird. Is that a gardening trowel?
Yeah, I think it belongs to Fitz.
Really? Huh, never seen him use it.
Bazinga.
Bazongo.
Bazongers. Bazongawangas.
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's... well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing? Recently?
Good. It's good.
I imagine you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
No, but I still see Pointer, sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds, too, and insects. He's pretty clued up on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't think there was much overlap between astronomy and biology.
Fifi doesn't like me.
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know. She was always
Astrobiology.
kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working. Sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy.
It's a field.
I think they were just bored at
Yeah,
first.
but it'll be more intense.
Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Or maybe not.
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the insects.
Insects?
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya brought me this little glass box, leaves and twigs inside. She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her, but she was always kind. Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
I
That's
was
so
just about
mean.
to say the same thing.
I like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly cause any additional suffering for anyone.
This is yours, Fitz?
Yeah,
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
This is a good example of how things work. I mix that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the fruit grow all shiny and gemstony?
Sometimes. You never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny and edible fruit?
You look at it.
Eat it. Oh.
Those petals, they,
What?
they're red.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
A week
What are
ago.
earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening
week ago.
sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course.
Any idea who this is?
No idea.
Why does no one want to say?
It's Fifi and Freya.
Don't you think Poppy should be in the photo too?
Maybe, maybe not. She doesn't really like crowds.
2 people isn't a crowd.
Right, but if she was in the photo, then it'd be 3.
Checkmate.
Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it.
Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they like her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not.
Tabitha's a bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know them
Carolyn's a bitch.
personally.
Yeah.
They did me wrong.
Yeah. Imagine.
How odd. It's of no interest to me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
What were they saying?
They were
Poppy and
arguing
Freya.
about something, but I can't remember the details.
Fitz, one of these drawings is of you? In the rooftop garden, I think? With Poppy.
Mm-hmm. Are we done?
Okay.
Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
Strapping me.
And
La-
so
la- la.
brooding.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input.
Damn.
She mostly ignores me, if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
Oh. You don't need to.
No, no. It's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it. I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable. Oh, she's beautiful! Who is she? Wait, is that me?
Jesus
She'd
Christ.
sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her, but she had a way of understanding unspoken things. A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
A little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet. I dare say I'm a little too loud for her.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix.
Ouch.
I said it. Can't say I've ever taken an interest in Uncle's astronomy. On occasion I've dared to visit him in his tower, but I always regret it. It's all just a little too abstract for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000 miles wide? Okay, so what should I do with that information? How does it help me?
Don't look at me. You're the one who memorized it.
Yet, his model is not to scale. I love it.
Very nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them. Even this one of...
Yes. Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it? I thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her.
What? The 12th grade? Do the 4 feathers.
It's that bird. But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how sad. I'm sure I've read about this creature somewhere. Don't remember anything about him playing the harp, though. I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
We don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter? Classic clue.
The 4 feathers of him.
Oh, there used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangled Tower. The most
The
fascinating
Four Seasons
breeds, all totally
landscaping.
unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question. Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible, too, I think.
Yes. At one point I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell them. But honestly, I think he just likes the way they look. Oh, did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right. If I'm not mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind. Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room, doesn't he?
Currently.
Not a fan of insects myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I. Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
Noted.
Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew about wood carving, too. Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family tree in the Grand Hall. You should take a look at it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old. She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangled Tower. Penelope seems to have really settled into a groove. She struggled a bit when she was younger, always a little estranged.
How come?
Well, she was mostly raised by her uncle, and he really only makes time for his own daughter. Now, of course, she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a nice gesture, heartfelt, but futile. Fitz? I don't trust him. He's slippery. Never commits to anything. Brain like an onion.
An onion?
Did you two have an argument?
No, but my daughter doesn't like him at all. And I trust Fiona's judgment entirely. She's a very vigilant young woman. My daughter Fiona, our little burgeoning genius. You've met her?
We did. She's going by Fifi these days.
So I've heard. I asked her some weeks ago, what's wrong with your real name? She told me, get this, she wanted a name with an even number of syllables. She makes up the strangest things when she's under pressure.
What makes you think she made that up?
I happen to know the real reason she prefers Fifi over Fiona.
Oh, yeah?
What?
It's what Freya called her. Percival Pointer. Good old... So, what do you reckon? Is he the murderer?
I don't know, maybe. We still need...
That is not information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer. Just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival. You're the one currently basking in his presence. You tell me.
Let's move on.
Dearest Flora, a remarkable woman. Oh, yes. Been married over 20 years now.
You two still get on?
Of course. What a question.
She hasn't gone quiet on you.
It's true, she has an independent streak.
Where are their
She's,
bedrooms?
had it her whole life. She's the youngest of 3.
Where's
Always
Felix's
something
bed?
of a lone
She just
wolf,
sleeps in the hammock?
No, just the way she is.
And Floor's just
Lone wolf is
standing?
putting it lightly. She doesn't seem
the
to
balcony?
talk to
She said
anyone.
they said that she only
She
sleeps like an
just
hour or so.
likes time to
every
herself,
night, right?
away from the
Standing
company
up?
of other humans.
I guess.
Other humans?
She's a vampire.
Well, yes, other people, you know. Poppy's a good friend to my daughter. Always has been. I think they get on well because they're so different.
Different, like how?
Poppy is, she's quite introspective, good with feelings. Fiona, not so much. Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking about something.
The heavy, heavy price of emotional intelligence.
an EQ score.
I'm as confused as you are. Why would someone lock up a book like that?
We think it's a secret diary.
Aha! Teenagers are funny, aren't they? These drawings are quite precious. I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird? Did it die?
I don't know. Seems likely, though, doesn't it? What's this all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold. I've never seen that before. Looks valuable. Oh dear.
Do you know who this is?
Not a clue.
Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession, cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes
Cryptobotanist?
electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist?
What is a
I thought he was just a
cryptobotanist?
gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife.
Oh. Mocha W.
Name, Poppy Pointer.
Or was it a feather?
Age, 19. Profession, oh. Apparently, Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had, of course, originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come.
Nice.
Cryptobotany is a thing, apparently. The study of plants whose existence has not been proven.
Oh.
Name, Penelope Pointer. Age, 27. Profession, ornithologist. Likes, birds. Dislikes, insects. Notes, Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her. Name, Percival Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, None.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh, yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me. Name, Felix Fellow.
Uncharacteristically.
Age, 53. Profession, none. Likes, collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes, the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes, Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
No?
Damn.
Why not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the two possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from reality.
Huh. Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No, he is quite correct.
No.
I respect it.
All right, time to talk to fucking what's his name? The Enderman, the gardener.
Freya drew these,
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
but she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother, like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
Show her the loot statue.
Looking betrayed.
What's wrong?
Earmuffs do not go on statues.
The potted fruit.
The fruit here has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless, unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends
On what?
on the structural integrity of your teeth.
Epic.
That blade,
It's a troll for gardening.
it is.
Oh.
Well, if she's calling that a blade, her saying she saw Fitz with a knife could mean he was just walking around with the gardening trowel, so.
Mm-hmm.
You sure?
There's something about
Oh,
the
maybe he
report
was
of
holding a
Fitz
knife.
going up Pointer
Or maybe.
Tower. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
Vicious.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower. Holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
Bazinga.
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
that seems about right. That lines up.
Yeah, grammatically correct.
Ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after potted flower. Penny's room.
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes?
I've never seen it before.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
Something to compare directly to the potted flower from Penny's room. I mean, there's a potted fruit. Let's see. It's a heart on the pot, kind of pinkish. It's the same.
Read the description.
Same kind of pot. Unique blue soil. Usual blue, yeah, same soil he uses.
Let's take a closer look at these.
Oh, she's thinking now. She's the one thonking. Wait, scroll through all of them again? I see. That's odd.
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence?
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants, so I go into her room every now and again when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil, just trying to keep it alive.
Damn.
All right then.
Imagine sneaking around.
Okay, that's 4 of them done. We got 4 more now.
Hawkshaw.
Oh, it's Hawkshaw.
Hawkshaw.
I'll say this, he's well suited to physical labor.
That's a nice way to put it.
Fitz spends most of his time alone
It's
in the
Hawkshaw.
greenhouse. But I heard he's been breeding experimental flowers. In secret.
Whoa,
Ooh.
scandal.
I just wonder if he's getting
Hawthorne?
restless.
Who's Hawthorne?
Mushroom.
Mushroom.
This is a potential murder weapon, is it not?
Oh,
I don't know. I don't think the murderer would leave the murder weapon just lying around.
I think you'd be surprised as to what people leave lying around. The people here are surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
Materialistic?
Growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible purpose, other than financial gain?
You're speculating.
What would you do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stones straight from the earth? Who's that?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
Strange. A photograph of Freya.
Would
Could
you
be
present them?
important.
What?
Huh?
Why did you present a bit earlier than
Who's
the race
that?
photo?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
Strange.
When did Freya draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others, anyway.
Color's all weird too. The page.
Where'd you dig that up?
It wasn't buried. It was underwater.
Someone trying to conceal evidence, perhaps? Have you deciphered the meaning of those 4 symbols on the harp?
We're working on it.
That's a no, then.
The lute statue.
One of 3 statues depicting the same creature. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs. For blocking out sound.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like music.
Nice.
That's so fucking stupid.
Does Flora still own that bird? Do you know?
Don't think so. The drawings are from a few years ago.
I see. Some breed of amphibious humanoid. Potentially bipedal. Although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
I guess.
Exactly. They will never know.
They're actually just stubs.
The feet are a lie.
Is that a clue?
Dunno. It was important enough to be framed, though.
I framed my
It's the
law
world's
degree
greatest
doesn't
mystery.
make it a clue.
Same? Yeah?
Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless until you can prove to whom it concerns. Can you do that?
No?
No. Diary. Have you read it?
Not yet. It's locked.
We have read it. What do you mean?
To force it open?
That would be cheating.
Bazinga. Okay, just checking up on her. I dig it.
I don't know who to talk to.
You spoke to everybody about their opinions on everybody else?
Probably missing someone. Done.
I think you did, everyone, right?
Done.
I think so. I was here for that, I believe. Oh, not himself.
I don't especially want to talk about myself. Introspection often leads to vanity.
What?
What?
I don't
That's the
think it's
opposite.
us
What? No.
moons of Jupiter instead.
What?
Introspection leads to the opposite of vanity.
83.
Yeah, we don't have time.
I mean, I guess it depends on the person. Like, what they consider introspection. I guess it's indicative of his character.
It's a very vain thing to say, to be
Yeah.
honest.
I guess it's fitting for him, of all people, to make that connection.
Oh my fucking god.
I think I've done everyone.
Half the room.
I don't know if the sudden absence of
The loot statue. Aw. Not even a giggle. Or a gaggle.
Do you know anything about these birds? Or birds in general?
Is this your gramophone?
Do you know why it's cracked? Flora, this is your egg? Why do you keep it locked?
Is there supposed to be something in there? Or is it always empty?
You didn't do everything.
Okay, fine.
Did you ask Freya to paint this? Or was it her idea?
What is that you're holding in the painting, Flora? Some people have been saying it's a knife.
There. Satisfied?
Why don't you ask Fiona about that one? Looks like her area of expertise.
Okay, sure, maybe I will.
This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh, yes. It has a telescopic lens. It can only be used for looking at things that are far away.
There's something about Hawkshaw's handheld microscope. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Is a detective not entitled to have a microscope?
A telescope?
But it's a
We literally
telescope.
just established that.
This little microscope
Microscope.
thing, you said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no
Oh.
intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry, we already worked out what you're searching for.
What could she be searching for? The
The
loot statue.
Uh,
Augie.
Egg.
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So, that's what you were looking for in the
That's not a
greenhouse?
compliment.
This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
It's not a
It's
microscope.
not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
Yep.
You learned this in grade school. What?
The handheld microscope. According to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens. Which makes it the murder weapon.
There should be a comma after a telescopic lens.
I mean,
or a semicolon.
This
and then a
sentence
comma after
works.
so.
I'm going with
The
this.
handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it.
Yeah, there should
I'm
be a
inclined to
semicolon.
believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
I remember we were weirded out about this too.
To be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure.
Sure.
But a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder
He's
victim.
dead.
There's no reason for her to even lie about it being a telescope. Like, it's... I wouldn't be suspicious if she had a telescope on her.
Yeah.
Like, it could be...
It could be very handy.
It's just a tool, you know? Like, as a detective, you may want to look at things from afar. Like, that's normal.
Yeah.
Do you also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
Oh, not yet. Did you see some suspicious leaves?
3 birds, 1 cage. What makes them worth keeping cooped up, I wonder? Would they not be happier flying free?
But then they might fly away from Tangled Tower entirely.
I wonder if they would. I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just wanted it for reference. A book from the library. One of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes, I see that. You truly consider this a case file?
What's wrong with it?
No organization, no system.
That's my style. I like seeing everything laid out at once. Yeah, it helps me think.
How quaint. Tangled Tower. No idea why they insist on calling it that. It's not even a tower. It's little more than a pair of turrets stuck on either side of a mansion.
Have you searched the whole place?
I believe so. Why?
He wants to know if you found any secret rooms.
Huh. I'm afraid the residents of Tangled Tower are far too ordinary for anything like that. I was disappointed too.
Far too ordinary, you
Paint
say.
is still wet.
One of them had fucking
we
bird
know
hands.
Freya was in the middle of painting when she was killed.
Interesting.
Do you know that? How? Because you were told? Makes quite an impression, doesn't it? Although I can't imagine why she painted Flora wielding a knife.
You didn't see a knife anywhere in Flora's room, did you?
I did not. I conclude whatever stabbed Freya must have been brought into the room from outside. Unless, of course, it was the painting itself.
Surely you don't believe in that kind of thing.
A detective's job is to examine every avenue of thinking.
Bazinga.
Zanga?
Why?
How many more confrontations you have?
2? I think.
2? Okay. 3?
3.
Oh, 3, yeah, Felix.
Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's a note on the back, too.
She was even closer to Flora than I realized. Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting. That belongs to Poppy.
So why is it up in Flora's tower?
I'm not sure. That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
Imagine not questioning him on everything.
Oh, that's rather sad. I don't know what that is. A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it? Poppy's gramophone. She's had it for a long time. As a young child, she'd call it her mama phone, on account of it belonging to her mother.
That's cute.
Oh yes, adorable. Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never understood why. But then I could say the same thing about her husband.
Heyo!
I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling, don't you think? It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her.
The loot.
Lovely.
It's amazing.
No, it's lovely.
I don't like her tone.
124.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem?
It was my mother's originally.
So, why is it up in Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of it. Freya would borrow it too sometimes. What was inside?
Nothing.
Huh. Freya would always load up the palette with all the exact colors she was gonna need. I think it helped her zone out and focus on the actual painting itself. Like getting all your sheet music lined up before playing a long piece.
Right. So the blob of black paint in the middle, that was for painting Flora?
Flora's dress, yeah. She wears even more black than I do.
Can you look at the painting palette thing again? The brush and palette, you circled it like twice. And then can you look at the painting again? The painted portrait
Uh,
of Flora. top row. Yeah, I'm good.
Wait, can you look at the palette? Isn't there colors? Why is there yellow?
And it's the only untouched one, seems like.
Yeah.
Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried, in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks. What's with the broken glass? That's quite sweet, really. Felix made that? Huh. There's something off about this.
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a clue up there?
Not exactly.
You ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
That's not where we found it.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it belongs to her. It's an egg with feet.
It was locked, but we opened it, but it was empty.
Fun story.
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, it could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone.
It's a fish, I think?
I think it looks more like a whale.
Fine, it's a whale.
Could also be a shark. Freya's bear.
Looks pretty
He's
depressed.
had a rough couple of days.
A lot of these paintings look unfinished.
How can you tell if they're finished or not?
Good point.
That painting.
Why would you want to...
Maybe Freya enjoyed
the
the... Hang on, there's a smaller...
It's a photograph.
Painting supplies.
A pillow with a paw print pattern.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't alliterate. It's a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
Insects.
Do you think this was always supposed to
I
be?
don't know.
No windows either. Brushes.
They're clean, but they look pretty well.
It's Freya's bed. A little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
Freya's plants. They must not need sunlight? Drawings.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like two people standing together in a garden. One of them's holding a red rose. Just little trinkets.
Let's leave them alone.
Freya's plants. They must not need...
Were we in Freya's room?
What?
Why were we in Freya's room?
I don't know. Evan probably thought he missed something. I respect it.
I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever.
Ascertain. Oh.
It is a model of Freya,
from a
made
big
by my
girl.
father.
I mean,
A
it's not
model
that
of
big.
Flora.
I just haven't heard it in a while.
And a man with a beard. And
Or read
a
it.
little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya? A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint.
Well, he did have red paint, right?
I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
Oh.
Yep, that's how paranoia, or no, a phobia.
What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds, I think.
My argument stands. The red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
I do not know the answer.
Well, that's useful information.
The gramophone belongs to Poppy, but I believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have happened sometime in the last 2 days. Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
I think she was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is holding. I performed the test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother owns no such knife. But then I noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course.
How can blood be more viscous than paint? What?
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing.
Like congealed blood, maybe? That's odd.
It'd have to be some old blood.
Old gunked up congealed blood.
He's just some really thick dude.
You get a good view of the lake from here.
I've never been one for music. Why not ask Poppy instead? Bizarre things, aren't they? Penelope seems rather attached to them.
Do you not feel sorry for them in that little cage?
Come now, I'm sure they could leave if they really wanted to. Now this is still in very good condition. Apart from the
Very
crack,
good.
of course.
What about those shards on the inside of the horn?
Looks like somebody broke a glass and was trying to conceal the evidence. Cunning. Flora's
So really
quite
cunning.
fond of that old thing. It's in poor shape, though.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do. Goodness me! That looks like it might belong to Fitz. That looks like it might belong to Fitz.
Thank you.
Is that a clue? Really?
It might be.
The loot
The
statue.
was up in the rooftop garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements. but it's not too bad. Might be salvageable.
Ask the chemist.
It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
I think we'll give her a pass, given the circumstances.
Ah, yes, so we shall.
So we have yet to confront Felix and Poppy.
Yeah, and this guy.
Oh, and Pointer.
It's gotta be him. I think I've done everyone except for him with all these
Very
clues.
nice.
Well, you didn't talk to everybody
Where is that
about
bird
the
of
first two, right?
It's been a while since
True.
I've seen it. A diary can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of one's soul.
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary.
Fair assumption.
Where on earth did you find that?
It was in a bush outside. I think someone threw it away.
How peculiar. Isn't the process of decay fascinating?
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
It's becoming one with nature, all the same. These were drawn by Freya. She must have drawn that one of Hawkshaw rather recently.
I guess.
Curious creature, isn't it? Some sort of amphibious bipedal fishman.
Playing a trumpet.
Playing a trumpet, yes.
trumpet.
Or rather, a horn.
Oh, you found a murder weapon?
Steady on. It's just a gardening trowel.
Looks like a weapon to me. I think you may wish to adjust your threshold of what you consider to be a clue. I've seen those earmuffs before. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the front gardening.
Yes,
Always wears?
Information we know.
Whenever I've seen him, yes. Fitz seems rather keen to grow things like this in his greenhouse, doesn't he?
What's wrong with that?
Well, you can't eat it. Makes you wonder why he bothers at all.
Do
What
the
kind of flower is that?
We're not
cassette
sure.
tapes.
I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife was a floriculturalist. Best in the field. That's a flower joke, but she was.
Interesting.
She was, then
I
why would
haven't
she live
seen
here?
that tape for a long time. Who broke it?
No idea.
Ah, well, possessions are fleeting, my friends. Here's a thought. Do you suppose the paintbrush could be the murder weapon? After all,
Of
it was
course.
found at
Why
the
didn't
scene,
I think
right
of that?
next to
Oh
Freya's
my
body.
God.
I guess it's
Huh?
possible.
I'm
Not
a
exactly
buffoon.
a wealth of information, is it?
What?
It's enough.
I wasn't even paying attention.
So which one is Tangled Tower?
What's that?
There are two towers, right? Flora's tower and your astronomy tower.
Neither? Truly, I have no idea. You'd have to ask Flora.
She named the house?
The whole thing is a result of her squabbling with her family.
With Felix, you mean? Her husband?
No, her brother and sister, and her father. The Remington family was a rather tumultuous little unit, you see. I don't think Flora has spoken with any of them in over a decade. Pointer property originally, purloined by the Fellows. Typical. Oh my, this is the first piece that Primrose ever learnt on the piano. Primrose, that is Poppy's mother. She passed it down to Poppy when she started teaching her how to play.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother?
Of course. Warms my heart to know that after everything, Poppy still has it up on her wall. This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think so.
I see he's afforded himself considerable artistic license. This looks a little rushed, even by Felix's standards.
At least he tried.
Yes, I suppose it's good for the old fellow to have a hobby. Keeps his mind from decaying, you know. Curious little thing, isn't it? Do you know what she keeps in there?
Nothing. At the moment. It was empty when we opened it.
How bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her room?
A very old statue indeed. I'd recommend you leave it well alone.
Oh.
The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is. I find that painting to be in rather bad taste.
Oh, yeah?
The knife with real blood on it? The whole thing is rather vulgar. That's rather a small cage for 3 birds, isn't it? But then, aren't we all trapped in a cage?
Finally! I get to see a detective's case file.
That's a very specific thing to be excited about.
Well, only last week I asked that miserable Hawkshaw woman if I could see her case notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would have been much more polite if she had just said no. Instead, she was quite rude to me. Accused me of being, what was it? A shallow sensationalist. You know, it's probably quite impressive. To a visitor, fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you?
Try living in it for 20 years. The sheen wears off. If it wasn't for my fits, I'd have little reason to stay.
What about inheritance? You're the next oldest pointer after your uncle, aren't you?
Well, thank you very much for phrasing it like that. But no, any money left in the Pointer family will pass down directly to Poppy.
Is that fair?
I couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest.
A rather magnificent bush. Somewhat cruelly confined to a stone pot.
There's a letter P carved into the side.
There's something I noticed about Freya's knife wound.
Hit me.
From what we could tell, the blade went in at an exact right angle, perpendicular to Freya's body. And there's only one small pool of blood. Nothing on Freya's hands, or anywhere else. The whole thing is just a little too peaceful.
Oh.
So there are 2 families living in Tangled Tower?
Mm-hmm. 3 pointers and 5 fellows. 4 fellows.
What's the connection between them?
There isn't one. Not really. It was all built by the Remington family. Flora's a Remington, originally. So was Primrose, my mother. She married into the Pointers, and Flora married into the Fellows.
So the Fellows and the Pointers own the house now?
Flora owns the house. Depending on who you ask, that means her husband Felix owns it too.
What about your father?
His claim over the house kind of fell apart after my mother left.
Where's your mother now?
No idea.
There has to be a sequel to this, right?
Yeah. I think they're gonna make a continuation of not necessarily this, but the whole setting.
Grimoire's adventures.
Yeah, Grimoire.
What do
Hopefully
you think
Sally
that
comes
is
along too.
in
She's
Flora's
great.
hand?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I really like her.
It does look like a knife, but Flora wasn't holding anything at all when I saw her after the murder. But there's something bothering me. Something else.
What?
When we went into Flora's room, she wasn't standing in this position.
Well, she probably would have moved around a little bit by then.
She wasn't standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor. Who gave you that information?
Well...
We don't actually know who it was. We were contacted anonymously.
I see. And what happens if the person who contacted you turns out to be the murderer?
I never thought about that.
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
Yeah.
Nice painting. Gives you a pretty good idea of the layout.
The lake looks like it forms a perfect circle around the island.
It might seem strange to you, but nature is quite capable of producing perfectly geometric forms.
And those mountain cliff things around the outside?
We don't know much about them. They're unscalable. Not even Freya could have gone up there.
What's that?
This painting, it's speculative. There are no photographs from this angle as far as I know.
So Freya just made it up.
Let's call it an informed estimation.
I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell...
Correction. She was stabbed with something. There was no knife found at the crime scene.
Apart from the one in the painting.
Which, as a mere abstract representation, does not count. Nobody has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife. What is your opinion of Tangled Tower?
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens, unique architecture.
Must be worth a fortune.
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family. This makes me the sole beneficiary of Tangled Tower.
That's quite an inheritance.
They can't make you do anything, Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her.
It would have been a beautiful painting. It's rather a shame Freya was unable to finish it.
Nothing about it seems strange to you.
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly strange, aren't they? The emotion of the piece taking over from, say, anatomical accuracy.
What about the knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
You don't?
Well, as I was saying, Freya's artistic approach distorts certain shapes. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at. What's this?
It's my case file. It's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
You mean to say you're bound by the limits of what's written in this little document? Sounds dreadful.
I found it comforting.
Charming, isn't it? Yes. Built by the Remington family originally. Dear Flora's father and his associates.
But now it's owned by you? By the Fellow family?
The Fellows and the Pointers have both come to claim a certain degree of ownership.
And who named it Tangled Tower?
Flora chose the name.
What does it mean?
I think it was her intention that it mean nothing at all. Something of a fresh start.
From what?
This really isn't for me to say, but she had some kind of disagreement with her siblings. After they moved away, Flora changed the name of the house. I think perhaps she hoped it would make them feel unwelcome, yes, less likely to come back.
That's kind of extreme.
Yes, it is rather, isn't it?
Okay, so I must be missing something somewhere. Some clue. Or I solve this thing.
Ooh, maybe.
Do you think you have the means to
I'm
solve it?
still not sure.
Should we take another look?
Probably not.
Let's come back later.
Oh.
What?
Oh, there's an O on the floor.
Oh yeah.
But why is the O on the
Tangled
floor?
Tower.
Tour.
Ah.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
Oh?
Tangled.
Tour.
Oh?
Oh,
Oh.
there's an O on the floor.
Oh,
There's an R on the statue.
There's a FFPP and a heart on the root of the tree
What?
above Tangled Tower sign.
What?
There's a heart. You see it?
No.
What? I'll screenshot, I guess.
Ah, there's a heart engraved in the tree. I didn't know
you
people
found it.
actually did that.
PPFF.
Yeah, Evan found it.
Do you think he'll start to move?
Oh.
No, I think he'll just...
Oh,
Little bird feet.
How do
No,
you
looks
know
like
they're
a
for
weird
birds?
heart.
Which one do you think came first?
Age-old question.
That leads back to the gardens.
Oh, my nose, my mouth, my eyes.
A path leading towards the stone square. Why build a house here anyway?
I'm sure they had their reasons. A bunch of old books, covered in dust now, but they look well read. It's so dark.
Somehow the sunlight doesn't... The whole room is a
Yeah,
strange...
there might be a reason for that.
The whole room is a
Yeah,
strange...
there might be a reason for that.
A little pot plant, balanced on the window ledge.
It's the only plant in the entire room.
Freya's painting supplies.
oh, something new. Hmm.
I'll be right back. I need to be in a separate call.
Wow, imagine.
Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally in excellent condition.
You seem pretty sure about that. Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
A whole pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot.
Damn.
It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring.
There's something about Felix's painting supplies. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it. I used it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to. Let's take a closer look at this. Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya's supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? And none of this is connected to your murder.
I mean, I don't know if it was before or after.
Well,
let's go.
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something. Right, fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know, perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end, after what happened. Seemed a bit, insensitive.
Yeah. Nothing suspicious there, right?
I mean, no.
Paints?
Yep.
Paints.
Mm-hmm.
Paints are different to flowers.
I'd say so, yeah.
At any time, flowers can bloom with perfect, faultless colors. Red, blue, white. With paint, once you've tainted a color by mixing it with others, not even the most skilled painter can return it to its pure form.
Why is the glass cracked down one side?
Natural wear and tear, maybe?
No way. Freya took good care of her stuff.
Freya doesn't take very good care of her paints, does she? But then she was always rather bohemian, had her own priorities.
Damn.
Is this important?
Possibly.
It's tidier than my desk. The notebook is untouched.
So, even the most well-used notebooks start.
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos. There's something kinda disappointing about this room. I just expected a bit more.
Oh, does it not compare to all the others?
Pretty.
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
It's a chart of the solar system. Which planet are you from? A picture frame.
With no picture.
It's full of tea.
Criminal.
Miss Tidy. The notebook.
So, even the most well-used notebooks start.
Miss Tidier than mine.
So even the most well-used notebooks.
Miss Tidier than
So even the most well-used. There's something kinda. I just
does
expect.
it not compare?
What is it?
It's clearly some kind of large device.
You're not wrong.
A spyglass to the
They're
star.
in very good condition.
A bell jar. It's empty.
What do people normally keep in bell jars?
Other than bells, you mean? Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmo. Pretty. Pretty.
Pretty.
Miss Tidier than mine is.
So even the most well-used notebooks.
Miss Tidier than
So even the most well-used notebook.
Every astronomy tower needs.
I want to try.
Oh.
Nice.
Just shove him off the telescope.
You can
Not
see.
by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking up. Behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle.
Thinking.
I can just about see
Kinda
the
sus,
gramophone.
if you ask me.
It's that
You see
little
the
plant
plant.
Flora keeps on the window ledge.
Don't you think it would fall off?
Maybe it's glued down. Is that a window?
I think it is.
Is there another room above Flora's room?
We should check that next time we're over there.
W.
It's too dark back there. I can't really see.
The rooftop garden is right underneath Flora's window. It's the tower opposite this one. I can see the doorway. It leads. The door itself is on the floor, knocked off its hinge.
It's too dark back there.
You can see right into Flora.
Not by accident.
I can see behind her. I can't really see anything. Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy telescope? I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for astronomy to work.
I can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
Thinking.
There's something about Pointer's astronomy habits. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
Ooh.
either potted plants or Laura.
Huh?
I think
The
he's
question
either.
was what field of research are you interested in? Right. The field of research of plants.
Yeah, but I have 2 of those.
Or flora.
Like, if he's interested in plants, he can just have one outside of his own window, so... There's no reason for him to be sus about anything apart from this, so...
That's not it.
Okay. Well,
I didn't know if...
That's not
I
it.
have a plant.
That's not it.
Okay,
Yeah.
well...
There is a book. You do need books to do research.
I think it was him who left the book open in
That's
the
not it.
library. Okay.
That's not it. That's not it.
18. Okay.
It's a field of research, Evan.
I mean, there's this thing, but like, I don't know why he would be looking there.
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that. Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Oh, he
Might not
had
have
it
been
in the.
Flora you were
Okay,
spying
I
on.
see.
Might have been
I get
Freya.
it now.
It's
And that's why he
understand
was. That's why he had the piece of paper.
specimen.
Yeah, I didn't even realize he.
You could never understand.
I thought he was just like
Freya was
looking for this
always
elusive
sneaking
beetle. I didn't
around,
realize he
both
actually had it
towers and in the gardens too.
initially.
She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Suspicious.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene. Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have missed something.
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks kind of like a crab.
There's a
Monk
note
W.
stuck to the back.
What does it say? Grimoire?
Very weird.
Okay.
What do you think? Is it really from her?
How can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well?
It's a perfect match.
Well, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
Oh, my ears. Unfinished business. Well, that's chapter 1 for you.
Still need one more.
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
Let's come back later. We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
No. Paint from the blood pot.
What? That says blood from the paint pot.
Paint from the blood pot.
Yeah. Blood from the blood god?
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what, and more interested in the how.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
Thinking.
Oh,
How'd you even get up there?
yeah, good question.
What is that?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
The plot thickens.
Just dusty junk.
Nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry, is this spooky attic boring you?
Kinda.
It's a statue of a wolf, standing up straight. A
Interesting.
man.
You know there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here. Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed. What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it.
Nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry.
Kinda. Someone painted
Do
out
you
the
think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious. Someone painted out the window.
Do you think
No,
it
either way, it's pretty suspicious. At least the moths are kept well fed.
Just dusty junk.
It's a jar. The head screws off.
Huh.
Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry.
Kinda. Do you know what this is?
Guess not.
What is it?
We don't know. We were really hoping you would.
My friends, Shed your hope and let it fall free like sandbags from a hot air balloon.
That's the most depressing idiom I've ever heard.
Is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
Yes.
I feel like I'm standing in a giant birdcage.
Is
Alright,
that
I think that's it for me.
for sewing?
I'm probably gonna go to bed. You can keep.
We
You
have
can
no
still
idea.
keep playing if you want.
How much more is there? Am I close, or is it like another 2 hours, or?
There's a good bit. I don't know.
It
depends on your pace.
I'll stop for today.
All right. Well, good night.
Well, good night. All right. Lots and lots of progress.
Hello?
Oh, hello. Welcome back, Hero. Just went to bed.
Damn. Wait, so how far have you guys gotten?
We just went up into the attic and found the rope reel. And now I started questioning people about the rope reel and see what they think of it.
But what are your thoughts on the rope?
I don't know. There's no clue. I mean,
Really?
yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what it could have been used for.
I see. How you liking the game so far, though?
Pretty good. It makes me think a lot.
That's good. Like, this is a different niche of puzzle game, I guess, because you actually, like... It's not, like, interacting with symbols or objects. It's, like, actually, like... figuring a story out, I guess.
Yeah, sort of craft the story or just get lucky. Like there are
Hopefully
things
not,
that
because
I mean
that'd be
there are
boring.
things that I'm not making connections to, but then I'm just getting it right anyway.
Yeah, so a lot of those things you run into, you could make the connection like very early on, and then if you're just slow on the uptake, they kind of just force the solution onto you.
How much longer do you think?
I think you're
probably like
close
2 or 3 hours, I'm thinking.
I think one more day and you're done.
Hmm.
Because yeah, Hero and I finished it in one session, like, and you're nearing the end of the game, I suppose.
Yeah, I got zero clue on suspects. Like I don't even like
Have
at
you
this
ruled
point
anyone out though?
No, I haven't thought about
Really?
really ruling people out. I could. I'm sure I could start ruling people out. But
I was about to say Flora.
I
of all
wanted
people,
to
I don't think.
like get all the evidences and all that.
Mm-hmm. Well, anyways, in that case, I'll probably go to sleep too. I'm really tired. Long day today.
Well, yeah, ping me again tomorrow or sometime whenever you two are free.
Yeah, hopefully I'm free tomorrow. I don't know yet, but Yeah, I'll let you know. Anyways, good night.
Good night.